Hello all, this is Dimitri with UGears US. Today we're going to do assembly of U-9 Grand Prix car. I've had I've had this item for a while already. I did assembly once. Unfortunately, the video got damaged and destroyed during my transferring from the phone to the computer. So I decided to do another shot so you guys have something to go by, and I can refer people to the assembly. This is one of my favorite. It is a complex model. Does have a lot of good operation for it and comparatively reasonably priced. Obviously not gonna find anything like that on the market. It is a V8 16 valve fully functioning engine, kind of early 1900 sports car F1 racer. So let's go ahead and open it. I'm gonna put the garbage on the side, and first thing first, a lot of times I get calls, I get emails with that the kit is missing rubber bands and toothpicks. So as I discovered, and most of the kits, if you open this bottom cover, there's a set of rubber bands and toothpicks located right underneath it. I guess they decided to pack a little bit different, because if you put it under the plastic, it does bulge out. It makes the boxes bulge a little bit, and then the stacking is not good, and so not really good for the stores. Okay, let's go ahead and open up. Let's go ahead and open up the kit. So I'm gonna put all these boxes aside. And start with the instruction booklet as always. So the first thing first, on the first page we have some warnings there. Obviously do not light up the candle, do not use the finger to push the toothpick through, as it will hurt you. And moving on to the page 3 of the instructions, it is recommended to wax the parts. I do have candle wax here. It's just a regular tea candle that is available in any household. You can use any type of candle. There's also other hard lubricants that you can use to wax the parts. If you want to go further, you can go to the store and look for the wood lubricant, which is not necessary because you're gonna pay arm and a leg for it. That's why candle wax works the best. Also, I've heard some people using the chapsticks. Works great. Next tool is knife cutter. X-Acto knife, box cutter, scalpel, any other knife would be useful as long as it's sharp. And I prefer X-Acto knife because it's got a thin blade, so you can cut through the parts very easy, especially when you need to cut the connection points in between the parts. Next point is we have an exclamation mark. That means you need to pay attention specifically to that portion of the assembly instruction and make sure that you're doing everything correctly. Otherwise, at the end, the car might not work, or any other model that you're assembling for that matter. Next is to use the sandpaper. Instead of sandpaper, I prefer to use the precision file. My favorite tool here, nice and small, easy to use. You don't have to buy precision file. You can go with it, as I said, sandpaper 150 may be a little bit too thick. Maybe you go to like 200 or 250 or something like that. To remove the burrs and sand it off a little bit. Also, this sign means there is additional parts. They are available. One of the most common one that breaks is part number 13. If you look through the sheets, your last your last board number 6 does have a set right here of additional parts, another set right here. It is pointed out on the instructions on the page 3. So you have an additional part number 13. That's the one that I've seen breaks the most, and also another 10, 11, 22. 22 is part of the engine, so we got 3 extras of those, and you need 4. So you can break up to 3 during the assembly. Next one is the parts, so it's a little fan with arrows. That means the part should move freely. And the last is the mirror. So you're assembling the part. The second set, if it says ×2 and mirror, the symbol next to it, the second set is obviously mirror image. One more piece of tool or tooling that you need. It comes on the board right here, and the first one, bottom left as I'm looking at it, there's a helper tool, I guess, or Roman numeral 1, and then there's a set of like little tools shown on here that will help you to assemble the part or cut the toothpick to specific length. So those 2 parts you can get out right away, put them on the side, make sure don't lose them, as they kind of come useful during the assembly. So let's go ahead and start, and we are on page 4 of the instructions. I'm gonna move all the boards to the side, toothpicks to the right here with the rubber bands, and put that everything is visible here. And we're gonna go ahead and start with the assembly. So we're on the board number 1. We do need for that, looks like 5 toothpicks. Although I usually prefer use locally purchased toothpicks. I don't have those right now available because I haven't been to the store for some time. So I'm just gonna use what is provided with the kit. Those usually work great. Once in a while there's an issue, they're too thin or too thick, but we'll see where it's gonna take us. Also, this assembly is gonna take me a few shots. I'm not gonna do it all at once due to the time availability, so I'm gonna do what I can at different intervals of time, and eventually I'll get it completed so you guys have the full video. So I usually use some kind of backing to cut the toothpicks as I'm working on a dinner table. So I'm just going to use that board and empty available space right here to cut the parts in, or to cut the toothpicks in half. One of the techniques is just to pre-cut it, and then it breaks off or breaks in half pretty easily. As you can see, I'm doing right now. So we got enough toothpicks, and then we going with step number 1 on page number 4. For that we need part number 1, which is located right here on the board on the upper left side for me. And another suggestion is to find the front and the back of the board. So I usually call the cleaner, nice, smoother cut to be a front of the board, and then back of the board is where the cut is a little bit thicker. So the front, usually you push the part from the back towards the front, as you want the fibers and burrs to stay with the part, so you can send them off or cut them off. Otherwise, if you're going to be pushing from the other end, they will kind of pull off the part, so you're going to have imperfect surface or not very pretty. So first one is number 1. So I'm looking at it as I pushed it out. There is a larger opening, it's on the right side, and then I insert the 5 toothpicks through these 5 holes in the middle. So I'll go from the back and put all 5 of them in. not going to insert them all the way in just yet. Once again, there's an exclamation point that the larger opening is on the right, and that's what I just did. Next one is part number 2, and then part number 3, it would go next. So there's part number 2 and then part number 3. So same thing, larger opening on the right hand side to match the one that we just did, and then there's 5 holes for each toothpick. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't push the toothpicks all the way in, is because you have to put other parts in there, and then you can slide the toothpicks in. Number 3, same thing, large opening on the right hand side for me. Push them in, and now I'm gonna push the toothpicks through, so it's gonna a little further hold the parts, and I have a little bit toothpick available on the other side. And then we go with the part number 4, so which is located right here on the board. And here it shows to have a little triangular piece on the left hand side away from the large opening. And let's see, it's going through the holes that are on the top of the part. So once again, carefully push it in. The parts are pretty thin in some portions, so make sure you don't break it as you're pushing it in. And now I'm gonna push the toothpicks all the way through. So I'm gonna give it a little push to get a little more leverage and to get them started, and then I can use backing surface like my table to push them completely through and flatten it out. Also, another technique that I use is just use another piece of plywood that is left over from parts or something like that, and use that as a backing to push the toothpicks in. Otherwise, if you try to do it with your finger, you're gonna hurt yourself. So make sure you hold the whole set of parts, that they don't crack, they don't break, or if the toothpick breaks, it's also not a big deal. Just gonna cut these off a little bit to make sure they don't stick out. Push them all the way in. And then slice off the toothpicks that are on the sharp end. So I usually pre-cut them and then break them off. You don't have to even pre-cut it. Sometimes they break off very easily without you cutting them. But if you do, it's just gonna make it a little bit easier. So I'm just making sure that they're all nice and flat to the surface. Nothing is sticking out. Now I have first part available, and I need to make one more just like that. Note it's not in a mirror image, so we're doing exactly the same thing as we did with the first one. I'm not gonna do any fast forwards, so you can follow along. I may be a little bit too fast, but it's easy to put on a pause. So I'm gonna get all the parts out, and then once again the large opening on the right, toothpicks from the back. Onto the middle part, through the middle holes, and part number 2. Make sure you use the right holes, as the toothpick will not fit perfectly from the other side or into the other holes. It's going to be either too loose or too tight. And then triangular corner on the right. And then holding the part, push the toothpicks a little further so it's not as large piece sticking out. If it is too large, it's going to be harder to push it in. So once again, I'm holding the part. I'm using another piece of wood as a leverage and push those parts in. Once again, if the toothpick breaks, not a big deal. If it breaks too short, you can always use another one. Just push with the new one, push the old one out, and you should be good to go. This one's giving me a little bit of a trouble, but I'll fight it and I'll win. That one is a tough cookie. Here you go. So now I have all the toothpicks in, and I'm gonna slice off the portion that is sticking out. Another reason why I like the X-Acto knife is because you're using it with the wood. Wood does make the knife pretty dull pretty quickly. So with X-Acto knife, you just break off a couple of pieces and you're good to go until you use up the whole blade. So we have two engine parts blocks available here. We're gonna put them on the side, and we go with the part number 13. So in this case, as I mentioned before, the part breaks fairly easily. So I'm gonna use the X-Acto knife to get it out. There's a connection points that I go from the front side, and I just snap those connection points, cut them off a little bit, or pre-cut them slightly, and then the part after that manipulation should come out pretty easy. So we're in step number 6, and we're doing number 14's putting onto number 13. So there's a bunch of this number 14's here. I'm gonna get that block out and get all of these out. I believe there's 16 of them here. So kind of working back and forth. I think there's some extras available just in case, but obviously we don't want to risk it. And be careful with all of them. So these gonna hold our valves. And we do need to send them off the connection points at around these little connection points on the round surfaces. So, and as it is shown on the picture, we need to sand them and wax them also. Waxing is a little bit easier with these little small parts. You just dip them into the wax and they should be good to go. So you want to make the surfaces as smooth as possible. These parts gonna rub against each other. So you need to make sure plenty of wax is applied, as it is a plywood. So, and I'm probably gonna repeat myself quite a few times during this assembly, that it is a plywood. It is has a lot of friction, and it will take a little bit of a time for the model to start up and until we get into the proper operational mode. And there's a lot of small parts that's going to be in this assembly, so it does take a little longer. I believe the assembly time is about 7 to 8 hours. I'd say you can put a little bit, might need to put a little bit more time into it. It depends how thorough you're going to be with it and how experienced you're with UGears mechanical models. As we are dealing with the plywood, there's not some imperfections like these connection points that you do need to to sand, and also to wax certain parts. So the last time the assembly took me about 3 hours for the engine, plus or minus a little bit, and then about 3 hours for the rest of the car, including the wheels and other fun components like a shaft and steering wheel. And we're almost done with sanding all these little parts. And the next step, we need to put some wax. So I'm going to use one of the toothpicks. I'll grab a new one to cut a part of the candle out. So it's just easier to hold rather than for me to try to dip it in there. So we need to wax all these corners here. This is to push the parts on, and also for ease of operation. Once again, the part's going to be sitting on here, so you do need lubrication on the shaft. So a nice and generous amount, and then, as I mentioned before, with these little guys, just gonna rub it into it. So it shows on the sides and on the cylindrical portion of it too. So I'm just kind of grabbing a little bit of a wax and smudging it over on each the little component. Once again, you want to make sure that there's plenty of lubrication, as there are a lot of moving parts and a lot of friction that is created by wood. So once in a while I'm going to have nice pauses. I'm going to just stop talking until I'm done with all the parts, because I'm not really sure what to talk about. But it is a repetition, so you might hear some silence, brief silences, while I'll place you on hold. Alright, so I got all of these 16 done. I'm going to have napkins available, just clean my fingers from the wax, so it's easier to work with the parts. And we take a shaft number 13 and start with the short point, and then we insert all these, kind of push it through, work it through that first connection, and push all these 16 parts onto it. That will make us the assembly number M2. Go all the way to the end. Make sure you don't push past the last point. And it's 4, I think, no, 2, 4, 4, 4, 2. So I might have put a little bit too much of the wax on there, so we can clean off the surfaces after I'm done putting the parts on. So as you can see, there's some wax on here. I'm just gonna wipe it off so it looks nice and pretty. It doesn't stick out too much, but it's still lubricated. It's just not as visible. Alrighty, so this is our number M2. We're finally moving on to the next page, number 5, and here we start with number 9. Same thing, I'm gonna pre-cut it. You just look for little connection points and snap those connections with your sharp pointy knife. And then once you get a couple of those connections out, the part should fall out and come out pretty easy. Now this one, we need, it's number 9, and then 10 and 11 that we snap together. So I'm gonna push the whole block out, and then they're gonna get held with number 12. So I'm gonna get these blocks out. As you can see, a lot of small components because we're gonna be dealing with the engine parts, and it's V8. So it's at least 8 parts for each. All right, so on this one, we got a send off shown on here. These little parts were, I'm assuming that's going to be the pistons. So you just want to make sure there's no burrs, no connection points there, so nice and smooth surfaces. It is also going to need to be waxed, and I'm going to put it wax right away. Alright, and then we are going to be removing parts number 10 and 11. So these are little, small, tiny, fragile parts. So it is okay to break the board as you kind of like fidgeting with them back and forth. I'm going to set number 11s on the side. As you hear little cracking noises, that's just the board breaking, that's not the parts. And that one we do need also to send the cylindrical portion of it, and wax the bottom pieces. So I'm just working wood back and forth. As you can see, I'm snapping some of the board off just for me to make it easier to reach the parts with my fingers. And then I can just break it off and throw it away. Alright, 2 more. And I have all the parts ready and prepared. And then I'm gonna get the number 12s out too. These also need to be sanded all around, well, on a cylindrical surface, and also there is a longer and a shorter side of the little cutouts in the center. So you need to make sure that the shorter ones, that you insert them properly as it is shown on the picture here. So A is larger side, B is shorter side, and then it's going to be center line of A going to be parallel to the shaft. Alright, so I'm going to start with these because they're just easier to sand. I'm going to do the sanding first. And then just to make sure that my hands are still dry and not slippery, so I can hold the parts. So these are pistons, they're going to go inside little chambers. So you want to make sure that these burrs are not on there, because they will prevent it from moving. Once again, a lot of moving parts which create friction. Friction makes things stop or not work. So if it's nice and clean and properly lubricated, you shouldn't have any issues. I mean, a little bit on the startup, not an issue, but probably movement freeze. And then once you kickstart it, it will work just fine. But I'm jumping a little bit ahead. When we get to it, we'll get to it. I'll cover that portion at that time. So these are number 12s. Done with those, and we will need to wax those also. So now part number 11. There's some connection points on here, so that's all I'm cleaning up and just running the finger through just to make sure there is no other burrs, that it's nice and smooth. Some of them smooth already, but just because there's a connection point there, I'm still want to run the file through it to make sure that I'll remove any excess material that is there. Alright, now we're moving to the parts number 10. Alright, so we're on to step number 2. We got all the parts prepared and cleaned. We will need some waxing on it. So let's see, we don't need any wax here, but just at the points, connection points. So I'm gonna do one at a time. We start with the longer end extension. So number 10 goes on the right and number 11 goes on the left. So you kind of slide them sideways to interlock. Then the bottom portion you dip, too much. You dip into the candle wax. This is just to make sure that you slide it, and now the center axis of the longer should be parallel to the rod, and that's how you insert these. So 10 on the left, 11 on the right, slide them in, and to get them connected or interlock. And it doesn't matter which direction you slide as long as you get them in. So again, a little bit of wax. And we got the first two on, so. I'm just making sure that they're nice and interlocked, and I'm going to continue with the rest of the pieces. Technically, you might not need that wax, but it is recommended to insert those little pistons on there, the heads, piston heads. And you can move those away so they're not interfering with your assembly. Once again, A surface is the longer, A side is the longest one. Center line of that longest side should be parallel to the rod. And we got 3 more to go. We are on step number 3. Just as a reminder, on page number 5. Kind of feels like a little keychain. Kind of probably would be nice to have it in your pocket if it wasn't so fragile. All right, and the last piston. Probably would have been a good idea for me to wax these parts first, but I'm just going to use one of the pieces that I pre-cut and wipe it on each piston outside of the piston. So once again, these going to be moving up and down components, so you want to make sure they're waxed, that they have enough lubrication. So I'm just applying wax all around on these little pistons. Alright, as I'm done with this assembly, I'm going to check one more time on my battery levels. Alright, I had to backtrack a little bit as my battery died in my last segment of the video. So we are on page number 6, step number 1, and we're taking the M3 that we just assembled. Actually, we're gonna do the assembly number 6. I removed it, so it's on the board 1 right here. Just backtracking a little bit. Make sure that there is opening facing to the left, and we're right here. The little boss is to the right, and then you snap it into the position location here. So it's just make sure that it's nice, sitting nice and flat. Then we take little assembly M3 that we just created. We use the pistons that are closer to you on each segment, and we insert those. I start from the closest to me into that little engine block. And then the rod goes into the center, second hole from the top. Should fit in there. The next step is, so it's going to be kind of like floating around a little bit. The next step is number 2 on page 6. That's the other block with a little triangular piece towards the back. So the boss is taken out to the left, and then you insert the other 4 cylinders into that block. And snap that block into the part number 6. So just like this. Now you have 2 blocks sitting in there, and then the kind of rod floating around, and then we insert M2 piece with a shorter end right in the middle. There is an opening there, kind of in between these 2 blocks. Sitting like that. I'm gonna set it vertically, and then finish it up with number 5. So these little ends need to be waxed. I have waxed them already. As I said, I had to backtrack a little bit, so I just push the rods through the holes, spread a little bit the blocks, and insert them in there. So now cylinders are here, and as you move them, pistons actually, I'm sorry, they should move freely up and down. And then the other rod should be also somewhat free moving in there, just push it back and forth, running around. Then we're in step number 5. We need to add a little bit of wax on piece number 16. That is located on board number 2 right here. I already pre-waxed it a little bit, but I'm just gonna insert a little bit more, doesn't hurt. And then you put it onto the little shorter rod. And then you also need to pre-cut one of the toothpicks. You use number 2, slot in here and that little helping tool. I use one of the boards as just working surface, and then you use the X-Acto knife to slice the toothpick there. And then you insert it into the hole on the rod and leave it centered, symmetrical, just to make sure that the gear doesn't fall out. So just like that. And then the last piece is number 7 that we need from board number 1. And that's the last step on here. We just put it with the opening where the gear is at on top of number 5. So now I'm gonna double check the battery. And we're still running, so I'm gonna be checking it every page just to make sure I don't cut you off with anything. So we're moving on to page number 7. And then we need 2 pre-cut toothpicks. to go, I'm just gonna use the two old ones that we already had pre-cut to push through these little two holes to hold the number 7 in place. So I'm gonna go with them as far as possible because they're short. Well, I won't be able to go too far because one of the pistons is on the way. One I was able to manage to get kind of out of the way, actually the other one too. So I'm just gonna push the toothpick all the way in, or if you can't, you can slice them off as shown on the picture here. Step number 2, and then I'm gonna go in and slice those off. Careful with your hands, and I just snapped it open a little bit, not a problem. I can push it right back onto part number 6. Just make sure everything is aligned. And then I pre-cut it, and I kind of push it back or side to break it off. So because I was reassembling them, they are a little bit looser, but we should be fine. So we got these one here. Now we're onto the, once again, make sure that everything works. And everything is still in operational condition. Step number 4, 5 of the instruction page number 7. So I'm gonna put that engine block to the side. We will need 8 toothpicks to make 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not 16, just 8. Then I'm gonna use just any surface, large enough surface on the first board just to cut those in half. And then we'll use the tool, and we need number 5 right here to cut these toothpicks to this specific size. As you can see, I'm just pre-cutting them, putting a little pressure on there just to get the knife going through, and then breaking off the last small piece. almost done, only 4 more left. Now make sure these toothpicks are sitting butted completely against the surface there, so you get nice perfect size every single time. Alright, and now we need number 19th and 18th. They're right here on board number 1. So I'm gonna start with 18s. Kinda break it apart, pull the parts out. We will need to wax them and sand them a little bit. So just not to mix them up. I'm gonna start with number 18th. So just insert the toothpick. Doesn't have to go all the way, so it's a little bit under the surface. Should be 8 of these. These are our little valves. And then we'll take the little file and add the connection points. Sand it off a little bit. There's only 2 connection points on each. So we should be good. I mean, the process should go fairly quick. And then we wax them. Just liberal, but not too much. Just to get the surface nice and smooth, as these are valves, so they will be going up and down in the little openings. And then we do the same thing with part number 19. Toothpicks. And I'm just going to put them on the right hand side so I don't mix them up with 18. and same thing. Little sanding on both sides or both connection points. And then you do need to kind of sand a little bit of the toothpick ends, just kind of make them a little bit under the angle as you're gonna try to insert them, or as you need to insert them. So you need like a little starting point, so just shave off a little bit under the angle as it is shown in the last step there. And once again, K1 is not equal to K2, which is a given. This will help you to insert these toothpicks into the parts number 14, if I recall correctly. Last part with number 9s is a little bit of wax, or 19, sorry. Alright, so we're done with page number 7. Making sure that we're still connected and we're good to go. And we're gonna move on to page number 8. Now take our engine block. And we need to rotate that rod number 13 to make sure that all the little parts on there 14th are facing up. Or towards the opening. And then we insert as the per step number 1, starting with the K1 or K2. So as we're looking, so we start with, let's see, K1 is going to go into the first one. So I'm going to start with the, K2. I already messed it up. And it has to go into the very first part number 14. So it has to go in between two little teeth. I'm going to use my helping tool as the file. kind of to bring that part in the direction that we need. And then you insert the toothpick right in the center. And just go all the way in. As far as it can go. Then the next, we're gonna go with a K2 on the opposite end, and it's gonna go into the second tooth. And then we're supposed to use the sequence. So I'm gonna rotate that second tooth towards the toothpick. Then make sure they're parallel to each other when you insert the toothpick, so it's not crooked, because obviously that will prevent a nice perfect motion. So I'm not really sure if you be able to see that. So I'm just inserting it as far as it can go. So once again, parallel. The toothpick is parallel to that little portion. Next step is K1. That's going to be the third one, and K1 goes on the right. And I already made a mistake by starting from the wrong end. So I'm still good because it's a K2, K1. So both of them go on the sides. So now I'm just gonna come back to the other end where it was supposed to start and continue from there. So K2 on the right, first one. Right in between the teeth as far as it can go. K2 on the other end for the tooth number 2. And I use my file just to rotate it around to get it in position to insert a little valve. K1 into number 3, on the one on the right. And K1 on the left. Once again, we didn't do anything wrong here, as we're still in the right sequence. As you can see, K2, K1, K1, K2 from either end. So we're going to continue with K1 onto the 5th one. And as you insert more, it becomes easier. And then K1 again into the 6 on the left side. next is, so we got K2, K1, K1, now K2. And K2 on the other left side. Then K2s again, on the right. And then K2 on the left. Then we're just finishing up with the K1s. As we already did part of the work, we only got 2 left. And then the last one. And just make sure that little pistons go inside the, or little valves inside the chambers there. And then if you rotate that long rod, you should see them move up and down. Alright, so we're done with step number 7 there, which completed the full assembly of the engine, and now we're moving, so we're putting it on the side. Now we need parts number 22, which are located on page or sheet number 2, bottom right here, and we also have 3 spare ones, as I mentioned in the beginning, on page number 6, just in case you could break these. So we need 2 for each set of rubber bands. And this is the tough portion of the assembly. Now, start with the first one. We need 2 rubber bands, thick ones. 1, 2, for each engine side. Now we start off with first rubber band. We kind of insert sideways, and as we stretch it, we hold one end, and as we stretch it to get the other piece in. So same thing on the other side, you just go across, stretch it up, kind of turn it sideways, insert it in. So you got the piece inserted completely. Now slide it through to be halfway about. So your part is in the middle there. I apologize. Come back out a little bit. So you slide it somewhere halfway, and then you insert the rubber band right next in a hole next to it. So as you stretch it apart, push it sideways into the hole, and it kind of snaps in place. So you go about halfway, and then move it out and insert it into the other 2 holes that are sideways. So kind of hold it down, turn it sideways, it should snap in place. Once again, turn it sideways and push it into the hole, it goes right in. So we need approximately 2 even size loops. just like this. And then we insert into the other number 22. So you'll start with any one, kind of stretch it off and put it in. Just make sure the directionality is the same so it's not twisted. Insert it into one hole, kind of even it out. Make sure it's about the same length. And then into the other two holes, once again, make sure the rubber band is not really twisted. So you just stretch it, insert it with one end, and then stretch it on the other side. Get rid of as much slack as you can. So when you stretch it, they all evenly stretched, maybe with a little bit of a slack. It should be okay. Just like this. So we get one side, now we need to insert the second rubber band. So we start with any of the holes, kind of push the rubber band here, hold it with your finger, stretch it out and insert it in there to slide it through. Then we go across, not across the rubber band, but across the open space. Same thing, hold it, stretch it, insert it in there and kind of like push it out so it sits right in place. And then you kind of do it on the opposite end, same thing. Hold it with your thumb, stretch it out sideways, and insert it in there so it goes nice and straight. And then go across, hold it with your thumb, stretch it, insert it into the slot. One more time on the opposite end, hold it with your, like stretching it out a little bit helps. And then one more time. And then on the opposite end, same thing. Hold it with your thumb, stretch it, insert it. Make sure it's untwisted, hold it with your thumb, insert it into the slot, untwisted. So now we have a little bit of a slack here, which we need to get rid of. And I'm just gonna pull on that rubber band that I inserted, just to get that slack out. That's tougher than inserting. Yep, I just popped one out, popped one side out, which is not a problem. Once again, just stretch it, and you should be good. Just want to see, all right, this one is stretched. Like here. All right, so as you stretch it a little bit, you just want to make sure there is not that much slack you're leaving behind. I'm gonna try to pull on it a little bit more. And as you see, if I stretch it a little bit, it just sits right in place. So we should be good to go as far as the slack. So that's our piece number one. If you have a little bit, you're okay. And then the same thing with the engine number two. So let's do it again. Insert the rubber band. Boom, snaps in place. A little bit of a stretch. Go across, stretch in. Then kind of fold it in half. Stretch it in. And go a little bit sideways and it should snap right in. And then into the fourth hole. Here we go. Then same thing on the other end. Stretch, kind of even it out. Push it back and forth a little bit until you get it about even length. And then the second rubber band, that's the tough one. You start from any opening, put it flat, hold it with your finger, stretch it, boom, it's in. Go across to the other hole. Insert it in there. Kind of snaps in. Just make sure it's all the way in. Go straight. Kind of give it a little bit slack. Stretch it up. Insert it with one end. Go across, hold it with your thumb, stretch it, sits right in place. Across, make sure it's all the way in though. As you stretch it, you'll see that it goes right in. Two more holes. Once again, hold it with your thumb, stretch the other part out, slides right in, and then just keep on stretching it until it gets fully inserted. So once again, I have a little bit of a slack. Oh, a lot of a slack right now. Which I'm gonna fix up a little bit. Get rid of most of it, so a little bit of a stretch, but like when you stretch it up, you see that it all evens out, and it's gonna kind of fall in place after a few working times. So we got two of the engines. Hopefully it did make sense. Once again, if you accidentally break these, there's 3 more on there. If you need more, you can contact me at info@ugears.us. I will send you a replacement part at no charge as long as you purchase it from me. There is another option at no charge to send it directly from manufacturer, which takes about 4 to 5 weeks. Or if you didn't buy it from me and you're located in US, for $3.50 shipping cost, I can send it over to you. Alright, so the next step is part number 25. It's located on board number 2. And then you insert it from inside into that engine part that we just created. Will go only one way in, as it is a rectangular piece. And then we gotta do 526 on there, which are right here on the top. One, two. Just push the board out. Keep the parts in there. 3, 4, 5. Once again, they can go only one way in. We do need to wax them and file them down a little bit. Just to make sure that these connection points are all sanded down. And apply a little bit of a wax. And we need both of them. So it's same thing on the other engine part. And same thing, we're just gonna send the connection points down a little bit on both. And then put some wax in the parts. Put them aside. A little more wax. And put them inside. Number 27, 2 parts. They're on the top right here. I'm just gonna push it out. And then the set of 28s, there's a line right here. So we need 6 of those. So these parts a little delicate. Careful with them, pushing them out, easily breakable. There are no replacement for these, so you will need to contact me if you do break them. Just go on my website, there's information on there on how to do that. And then we need 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a little bit of a sandpaper or file on the wheels, just to make sure the connection points are done. And then we do need some lubrication onto the gears. These gears, just dip them in. And then insert 28s into the inside the opening, into the little studs there. Now the next step, the wheels keep on falling off. Take the engine block upside down, so where there's a double portion, we'll start with the first engine. We do need a little bit of a wax. I'm jumping ahead a little bit onto step number 8. Wax around the areas right here. It's just easier to apply before you insert rods. And then we'll start with the first one on the right, put the engine in, and then put one of these pre-assembled gears with the wheels. Slide right on top of it. Easier said than done. I'm just gonna turn the engine here a little bit. Hold it from the bottom there and insert the gear on. We're moving on to the page 11, and we need gear number 24. Waxed. And that goes right over that assembly. So make sure you hold that pin down. And it's only one way that it can go in. So the next step is 23, part number 23 on the step 2. It's also on sheet 2. Make sure there's exclamation point on there. Make sure that you insert it so the little holes on the side matching the holes on the gear that we just put in. And then we need one toothpick cut in half. we need number 2 tool, 2 little pieces. You can make it out of the same toothpick or same half of the toothpick. Those would go into that little openings. So you can kind of pre-start it a little bit. Make sure you hold it right here with your finger, that little pin that is in the center. Pre-start those. And then use some tool to push them all the way in. And it shows that you need 8 toothpicks like that. So we cut one more, that's going to be the number 3. And that one goes through the middle hole right here on that rod. A little bit tough to work with these little guys, but all you need is just to have it start going in there, and then you can use like a piece of plywood or something to push it through and kind of stop it at the center. So now we do need one more of those little guys, just for the opposite end. Pre-cut it, and then we need piece number 26 and 30. So now 30 is right here, and 26 is the ones that we used earlier. One of those. Also waxed and sanded down, and number 29. So we're step number 5. Clean off the gear, wax it, sand down the number 26 piece a little bit, the connection points, also wax it, and then 29 you insert through the other portion of the rubber engine. Goes in only one way, and then hold it with your thumb, pushing it through the hole on the opposite end. Put a piece number 26 on top of it and insert it into the hole, and then number 30 over it. Before I do that, make sure it doesn't fall apart. And then we insert that little tiny pre-cut piece into the gear to hold it in place. As you release the pressure from the rubber bands, it's gonna hold it together. Make sure your 5 and 6 are not falling out, and now your rubber band's nice and stretched in the middle here. So now we need to do the other side the same thing. So we push the rubber band engine through here, we insert our little sub-assembly, gear sub-assembly on top. Then we have number 24. Make sure there's no fibers in between the gears. Waxed. Next one is piece number 23. Also to match with the little holes. I do need one more toothpick. And I'm gonna cut it in half. Just gonna cut the piece, and then we'll make 4 of the little guys and number 2 tool. And then we insert those, hold the pin from the back under the rubber band, insert these 2 pieces. Once again, just pre-start them, and then you can use something else to push them in rather than your finger, because it is hard to push them in a little bit too hard. And then I use part of the from helping tool there to insert them as far as they can go. And then one more pin through the side there of the rod. So it's kind of like centered. Make sure 5 and 6 are not falling out. And then we need one more 29. 26. And 30. Board number 2. Sure, no fiber, this one's waxed. Your number 26 is sanded and waxed a little bit. Then you use the 29 pin, push it through the rubber engine portion, through the center wheel there. Put the gear over it, and a little pin in between, and then the pressure, strength of the rubber band will pull it apart and hold that gear in place. Here you go. One more time, make sure the rubber bands are not wrapped around anything they're not supposed to be wrapped around, and you're good to go. So because I assembled reassemble number 5 and 6, it's falling out a little bit, but we should be, once we get into the assembly of the car, we should be good. So we're done on page number 11. Moving on to 12, and then when I'm gonna get the chassis, I'm gonna stop, pause, take a break until the next time. So we're on board number 2, and now we're gonna take the part number 39 right here. Push it out, get parts, these things, center pieces out. And then we need our part number 44, which are right here in the corner, 43 and 45. .43, 45, send it, 44. And then we might as well pull 42, because that's the gear we're going to use at a later time. So 43 doesn't need much lube, but you do need lubrication onto the side. Same thing with the number 42 piece. Our number 45 has to be sanded down a little bit, the connection points. And then also waxed. Now we want to make sure our base, the engine or transfer case shown here. So 44 goes through gear number 43 first, then into 45. Then it goes through here, through that hole. Flip it upside down, 42 goes over it. And then we need our little tool number 2 piece. To lock the gear in place. Alright, it's about halfway, and make sure it's freely rotating as shown on the picture here. Next step is part number 40, which is on the board number 2. And that one needs one of the sides. Make sure you remove the connection points. And the gears lubricated. Gears a little bit harder, but manageable. All right. So these go on the side against the gear, just like this. Move on to page number 13, and we need 41 two of the 41 pieces. This should be on the corner here. And then if you can't push them out very well, your connection points, use your X-Acto knife, kind of pre-cut them. And then the parts should just simply fall out from the board. And then you insert it into the openings here and make sure that the head is perpendicular to the long axis. Let's insert them as far as I can go. There's only two openings here. We're going to use the helping tool to push it through. There we go. And then make sure that the parts move freely back and forth as shown on the image here. So next step is 46. That also on the board number 2. And then you need a toothpick, and we should have long enough here with a little hook. So I'm gonna rotate it like this, and a little hook away from you. And then you go from the bottom. And then we're gonna use the tool to push the toothpick through. So just like this. And then we do need to cut that top of the portion of the toothpick. Pre-cut and cut right off. And then the engine goes right into these little slots here. So these big gears, large gears towards the center. And we go with one side, with the right side first. So the locking, that little locking mechanism, gonna go right here. So you get it has to fit into that slot opening. So you kind of squeeze it together, and then push the part back. There is a kind of has to lock in place, and then you push the other side into the opening on the base, just like this. And the part kind of locks in place, so it's not going to go anywhere. Squeeze it together, lock is right here. And we're done with the page number 13. And that's it for today. Alright, so we're back for 2-hour assembly. We got the engine working, sitting on here. So if I'm checking this shaft, the little valves are moving up and down. And then let's see, this is the engine wind up, and the other one I can't really check right now, but I was checking it before. that the pistons are moving to. So we're right now at page number 13, all the way at the end, step number 5. The engine is sitting on the base, so we're good with that. And we're moving on to page number 14. Here we need gear number 17, the step 1, which is located on board number 2. 16 and 17 are together. So 17, and then we need to put some wax on it. And then it has to go on to that long shaft rod number 13. So just carefully slide it on, put maybe a little bit of a wax on the beginning here of the rod, and then it does require some wax at the board here on at the wall. So let's see, let me give it one more try. As I wax it, it slides in much easier, and it's pinned against the back wall. Let's see, then we need number 15s. Number 15s are on page number, or sheet number 1. And they're right here. So it's 6 little guys, and we only need 5 for this one. So just break them off the board. Once again, I think there is a spare of those. Yeah, there's 2 spares on board number 6. So in case if you break one accidentally, they're tiny parts, so there's a high probability or possibility. And here you go, we got one left. I'm just gonna put it aside. And then these, I would file them a little bit, or send them down a little bit, especially the connection points. Not much, just a tiny little bit, the connection points. Go. This is my number 4 and number 5. So I use a little bit of a candle. I'm just using enough to put on my finger. Actually, let me use a little bit more. See if it's easier when you put it on. So 1, 2, just since we waxed that rod a little bit, it's gonna go a little smoother, but once again, careful applying the pressure, because it is possible to break number 13 and then you have to rebuild it. But once again, there is an additional number 13 on board number 6, a spare part. So make sure you use that one, as a lot of people for some reason are not paying, not checking, or I was going to say not paying attention. I didn't either in the beginning, but then I figured out there's some parts that are left at the end, and those are the parts that are spare. Alright, so we're done with that, and we're up to step number 3. We need part number 8, which is also on sheet number 1. Kind of lock down the assembly a little bit, and just slide it in. let's see. So it just kind of slides in. Make sure the number 13 rod here also slides in, and one of the parts are there. And then these engine, I guess they're not really circular parts, are through the holes also. So, and once you put it on, you gotta do a little bit of a wax right around at the top area here. And that's where number 16 goes, kind of to lock it in place a little. And number 16 was next to number 17, and board number 2, and there are 2 of them. So that one goes right on the number 13. And then you lock with one toothpick, split in half. I'm going to use this board to split it. Insert it on a base. Once again, I usually just start it. Actually, with the second toothpick, the one that is next to the gear, I'd probably cut a little bit more, but still leave a little bit of a sharp edge there, so you can stick the toothpick through. Then we have to cut it down a little bit. So I'm using the little piece of board that is left from the helper tool, and I'm kind of use it to push the toothpick through, both toothpicks. And that one is a little bit too far. Yep. And then on page number 15, instructions were to cut those down and make sure that the toothpick here does not stick out so it interferes with the gear. So once again, usually make sure you hold the car and not to break it. I pre-cut a little bit and then kind of snap those off. So the part should stay in now. And then turn it back up, and then 48 and 49, which are on board number 3. So we're already that far along. So 48, a big piece right here from back towards the front, and then our part number 49 is on on board number 2, little triangle piece that fallen out. So part number 49 is right here at the top of it. Push it out, and then we need to wax the gear, and I just dip it into the wax. Those T candles are not very pricey, so I can use up and just get a new one every single time I build one. And then you gotta wax the surface board here just to make sure that you have that gear spinning freely without as little friction as possible. Then I'm gonna put a little bit of a wax on a 49.2 on the side, as the gear is gonna be spinning around that. And then it's the head is perpendicular to the length based on the picture. Just insert it in, and we're good to go. Now, step number 3 shows that we need to separate the gear a little bit off that wall. So you want to push it out slightly. So when the wall is straight, there is space in there so it doesn't interfere. And so I'm just, the little rod is at flat with the surface. And then we're going into board number 1, 2 number 32s and 31. So 31's right here, 32's there. I'm gonna turn it over to the front face and pre-cut all because they're long and fragile. Doesn't show that, but kind of makes sense to do it without the recommendation. And then parts number 32, split it off too at all the connection points. Let's see, and then we need 33s, which are also on the same board. Punch those out. And just FYI, 33 is not a spare option, just in case. So that's going to be our shaft. And then on number 31, there's a longer end and a shorter end. So longer end to the right, where these are symmetrical. So, well, I guess it doesn't matter because it was somewhat symmetrical. So make sure they're lined up against the edges. And then you insert 33s on both sides, kind of to lock them down. So 2 33s on one side and 2 33s on the other side. And then we need to make sure that number 32s are aligned with the edges there. And then push the 33s all the way to the little teeth over there, kind of to set it in place. So just like this. Then we'll move on to page number 16. And on the longer end, which is supposed to be facing to the right, we insert part number 34. And part number 34 is on board number 2. Top left corner right here. We put it on the longer end with the, let's see, Picture doesn't really match up, but it's okay. So you push it all the way as far as it can go, and then we need two little toothpicks. So I have like two pre-cut already. Just go into the side holes here. And I pre-cut them because we do need the sharp edges. So I'm just using some free space on the board to make sure I don't cut the part. To snap the toothpick in half and then insert it into the side holes there as the part number 34 pushed completely against. Now I need the 35 and 36, step 3 and 4. It's on the same side of the board. 35 goes in first, and we need to wax the outside of 34. I would send it down a little bit too, which I didn't do. Hopefully it's not going to create a big issue. And then 35, we do need to wax the gears. So the easiest way to wax the gears is just dip it into the candle, tea candle, and you're good to go. So it kind of, some of the wax sticks in between. Let's see, so you slide this one through. Make sure not to hurt yourself, and then 36, the same thing. So the toothpicks go through the two little holes, and then you push it down as far as it can go. So once that is done, we need two number 37s. They're also on the same board, number 2. So push those out, and then put a little bit wax on the gears. And then those go in either one and then the second one. Make sure they're all tight and flush, and then after that you can just pre-cut the toothpicks and snap them off. Yep, one didn't snap off completely, so that one we gotta kind of cut off. Flat to the surface. Now on the other side, that's where step number 7. We need a piece number 47, which is on board number 3. Kind of jumping back and forth now. 47's right here in the center. Should fall out pretty easy. And then that would be if your gears are longer and still to the right. That one's going to be facing on and off towards left, and slide it through. So here we need to wax that little piece here. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of wax here on the edge and insert it through all the way down. See, after that we have gear number 38 and 5. Those are on board number 2. Just gonna remove that piece altogether. So 38 and not 5, 15, I apologize. Although I have another 15. I'm assuming it might be a spare. Or we might use it later on. So the gear also waxed. And then lock it with number 15. All right, so our part number V is ready, check mark. Then we're moving on to page number 17. I'm gonna put that one aside. And number 17 is a steering wheel. So step number 1, we need number 58, which is on board number 3. And let's see, so that one's done. Bottom right here, part number 58. Then we need 60, which is at the base here. Uh, 59. We're gonna move to that one, so we'll do this first. 58 and 60, so you got a little piece with a hole here, and then with a little triangle, so that's where you insert number 60 with that little tab pointing towards you, which I would assume doesn't matter much. And then number 59 wheel, the steering wheel, it's on sheet number 5, my bad. Sheet number 5, right here, bottom right. It's kind of part of the wheel there. And just send it down a little bit, because that you might be turning this wheel, and you want to make sure you don't cut yourself on the little tabs or fibers or burrs. So send it down a little bit, 59, and then the wheel gets inserted at the end here. And then we do 60, 61, which are on board number 3, bottom here too. I'm sorry, 61, 62 pieces. So I'm gonna take the whole piece out. It's a little hard to push them out. Make sure to use the X-Acto knife to pre-cut them. And then 61 piece is the one where the teeth are all the way to the left, and then 62 is kind of like they're centered in the middle. So 61 goes from one side, I'd say top, and then 62 from the bottom. Kind of press it in. All the way to the surface. They're kind of gonna stay together, and then you use 63 to lock them up. Just like that. Then part number 64, it's also on the same little board piece. 64, sand it down on the outside and wax it up a little bit. It doesn't say to sand, but we do, because I know it's going to be going through a hole, so you want to make sure that it's going to have nice connection there and not too much friction. So wax it. Then we need number 57, and number 57 is on board number 4. Right in the middle here. So push it out, make sure you don't lose any parts, or you know what they are. And now the exclamation point points that all the writing should be to your right from the side where you put the wheel through. Forgot to put that 64 onto here. And then as you insert it, push it through, make sure it's rotates freely, and then you lock it with 65, or not lock it, but put 65 at the end, and lock it with a little piece of toothpick. I got already pre-cut piece here, well, somewhat pre-cut. We just need to hold that gear in place. So kind of start it and then push it completely through. So I have a little bit extra length on there, but it's okay. We'll see if it's gonna be interfering or not. Just kind of to hold it together. All right, so we're done with number 17 and we're moving on to page number 18. Here we do need, step number 1 is 68 and 66, which are also on the same, well, 66 at least is here. And then 68 is a little tiny cylinder on the bottom here. So I'll use the some tool to push it out. And then we need half of the toothpick. Once again, I use the board to pre-cut it. And then snip it in half carefully. So 68 first and then 66. Through it, a little bit of a wax on a 66. Push the toothpick all the way through so it doesn't stick out. 66 should be free spinning, and then you insert it to the hole next to the big gear there, or small gear, sorry. I'll use the tool so I don't cut myself. With the toothpick and push the toothpick all the way in as far as it can go. And make sure it spins somewhat freely. I would probably push it out a little bit and use wax on the board underneath the gear, just to give it a little bit less friction, to reduce it as much as I can. Doesn't mention here, but it probably is a good idea, so I got too much wax. All right, and the next one is 68 and 67, same thing. Just a smaller gear. And I'm sorry if my hands wander away from the view. We're gonna try to bring them back up. But I checked the camera angle, it should be all good. And speaking of camera, I'm gonna check with you guys in a second just to make sure that I'm still recording. Once I reach the end of the page. So I'm doing number 68, 67 right here, step number 4, and then that one goes into the last hole there. Also not too tight, because you do need a little bit of a movement there. So check with the steering wheel, make sure all 3 gears are rotating freely without much interferences, and then once you do that, you can cut these toothpicks off. Again, you can cut them off and then maybe give a little sanding down to make sure they double check once again that there is a free movement there, and we're done with part R. Now, I'm gonna check with you. And we're still recording, which is a good thing. So moving on to page number 19. I'm gonna put these parts aside so they're not on the way. Step number 1 is page 3, and we got big long piece here on the left. It's number 51. Once again, I'm looking from the back of the board. Can I push it out? parts number 54 and 53. So here's 53 right on top here, and 54 a little bit to the right. Now we're looking at UGears should be towards you. You wax the area around this hole right here. And then 53, push it through the gear. We do need to put a little bit of a wax on the gear. And on the side here of the 53, so you can push it through and then through the hole. So we're here. Next step is we need 52 on the other side. So on the same board or same piece, wax around the hole on the board. So friction is reduced. And then we put number 52 here. And then we need one more 53. That one goes crisscross to lock these two in place. A little bit of a wax on the side so it's easier to push through the holes. And then insert it into the same gear assembly as far as it can go. I don't know if you heard, but a little bit snap. And then make sure this part rotates too. So if it is, we have ourselves S1, put it aside, move on to page number 20. Here we're gonna do kind of similar thing except on piece number 50, which is on the right side of that board. And then we also need 53, 54, 52, and two 53s. So since not to mix up 52, 53 is a little thicker part, and two 53s. Alright, so we need a little bit of wax on the size of 53, one side, the other side. The second one, wax on the gears, dip them in. And then as you're looking at UGears, hold to the right here, wax around here on this side, and wax around it on the other side. And now from the front we do 53, 54 and 53. And then from the other side we do 52 first, and then insert 53 to lock it in place. Make sure the holes line up. And here you go, until they snap. And then make sure it's rotating, right? So on the same board, gotta find part number 73, which is on board number 4. Right at the top here, and then that one goes, as you're looking at UGears, goes into that little triangle hole here, with the dots part towards the outside, and then you insert it through and then push it down to kind of sit it in spot, and then your S2 is ready. I'm gonna push it aside. Move on to page 21. So here we require part number 71, which is on board number 5. Right at the bottom here. Careful pushing it out. Should be pre-cut very well, but just in case, use the X-Acto knife to cut it out. then it has some flexibility on it. Here we need part number 69, which is on board number 4. It's right here on the right in the middle here. And then as that little extension facing away from you, kind of bend carefully. You see the seat. So I would insert, here's one hole, and then a second hole. So first you inserted the one on the left, and as you push it down a little bit, kind of like hook it up, and very easy, and you see, push it away or into the hole and try to get the other piece in. Then you bend it over and do the same thing on the other side. So hook it to the board. Let me see. And then push it back a little bit so it snaps into the hole. Then you gotta insert that little back piece into the opening and push it forward. To kind of like create a seat. And then you need part number 70, which is also on board number 4 on the top here. And that 70 with a pin or tab facing up goes right behind the seat. Kind of helps it to hold it towards the back. And then after that you need part number 72, which is also on board number 4. And then that one with these hole cutouts towards the top slides through back here. Yeah, make sure with the 70 the longer tab goes into the longer opening. I mean, you won't be able to put it in any other way, and make sure it sits all the way in. 72 is done. We're in step number 7. We need 74 and 75. So it's also on the board number 4, 74 on top here and 75 right underneath. So I'll put the 75 in here first, as far as it can go until it snaps, and then 74 let's see, it goes right here, so it's just freely sitting for now, and that's your part P. So make sure the writing is on the top. Alright, so that's our number, page number 21. Moving on, page number 22. Here we're starting assembling things. So I'm taking the engine with the base, part number V. With a little tank facing down, we got it inserted through the hole right in the middle. Kind of play it around so the gears match up. Then number S1, that's the first one that we assembled, snaps on the right side. That's the second one. Here's the one up front. So let's see, matching. So the square right here goes right through the center here. panel should kind of fall right into the spots or places. So I do back side first, then the one in the middle. Make sure the gears don't interfere. And then the one on the back, so 3 tabs, one by one. Kind of all the way in. And make sure all the tabs, there's 2 more little ones. Make sure those match up. Then 2 more in the back. Make sure those match up. So, oh, and one more on. There's a lot of tabs that are supposed to be matching. All right, so make sure everything is inserted as far as it can go, all the way to the base. And then now we need to check certain things for operation. Everything is in. Let's see, make sure this does have rotation. So we do have a rotation. Right now maybe it's not perfect, but you see the cylinder's moving, so back and forth because it's got a rubber band, so you need to, so it's moving back and forward. The gears here, all right. So it's moving back and forward, which what we're looking for, and then we insert R into here, which is a steering wheel, and that one goes into the holes right here on the side. Just snip it in. And then the steering wheel should move that, no, it's not sitting. So kind of hold it down and make sure it's moving that rod back and forth on the base. So as I'm rotating the steering wheel, that rod on the back is moving forward and back. So we're done with that. We check that, and then the next step, we insert P. P is the seat. That one goes right above, and the rod, oh, the long shaft, it actually goes into the center hole here. So there's 3 tabs, 4 tabs. Let me see, make sure the gears are seated in so you can insert it easily. Remove the steering wheel for a second, because this one's giving me a little bit of a trouble. Got these parts in. sure the gears are matching. Hold down the shaft, make sure it goes through the hole, and you can kind of put it on the tab here. Then these parts go right into the side. Alright, I think got everything fit. Now just snap it in. Not as easy as it looks. Alrighty, let's see. One more try. So make sure all the holes are lining up. Alright. Now these guys. Alright, finally fitted everything into one side. Push it in, make sure it's sitting nice and snug. Put the steering wheel back in. Make sure it still moves. And then, let's see, gotta do the cover here. Then move to the page number 23. Yeah, where it kind of like explains how to do what I was just trying to do, which looks much easier than it's done. And now we need 79 kind of back brace. 79 part is board number 3. Bottom left here. It's the last tab on the back of the vehicle here. For me, it just slid through pretty easy. And then the last part is S2. That's the part that we got left. Kind of have to figure this one in. Fit everything to make sure that everything fits where it's supposed to. So make sure UGears is on the outside, and then go with the longest ones. Let's snap in first. And as you work those in, there's going to be more tabs that need to be worked in. Slowly but surely everything just getting in its place. Fiddle those in a little bit. If they don't want to go, make sure everything is lined up so you're not breaking the pieces. And make sure the gears line up too, because if they don't, you won't be able to push the parts as easily in. A little bit tough, might need some tools. Where's my little file here to adjust one of the tabs that it doesn't go in very easy. And the front, here we go. All of it. So the steering wheel still moves. Good. Everything is set in place. Everything tight as far as it can go, including the back piece here. And we got ourselves a car. Adjust the gears. There we go. Make sure they still move. Let's see, the shaft here also moves back and forth. So we got everything's working for now, and everything is snapped together. So we're done with page number 23. Moving on to the page number 24. We need 2 toothpicks here, cut in half. Pre-cut them. And then one goes through that back part here, brace, and then I started it, and gonna push it with my little helper tool, and I'm gonna, well, not that far, but so it holds the part together, so there's a little bit sticking out, and then the other end. Not all the way in, but just a little bit, so a little bit sticks out, and then you cut the other side. Don't apply too much pressure. Make sure it's flush too, so you don't want to break the parts. I'm kind of holding back with my finger. Careful with the knives too. Don't cut yourself. So cut these two. Then we need 20, which is on board number 1. And we're gonna be done with board number 1 after this. So there's only 20 on here, which is a fan, and 21. Put board number 1 aside, and then one toothpick goes through the side hole, not the center one, of the fan, and then the blades, make sure the blades are facing the correct direction. And then the part number 21 goes from the back where you inserted your toothpick, also to the side hole rather than to the center one. And then the second toothpick goes pre-cut first. Use a board, and we're pre-cutting into number 4. Number 4 is right here. And then that one, okay, so the first one gets cut off. For me, pre-cut and then snapped off. And then the second one goes in the middle. And then somewhat mirrors, so centered in between the gears. Just gonna fix it up a little bit because it's not perfect cut at the end. So make sure it's toothpick is equal spacing on both sides. And then that one we'll put aside for now. We're moving on to page number 25, step number 1. Need a gear number 78, which is on board number 2. By the way, the boards are numbered here on the top. So we got 78. And then that one, and then 80 right next to it. And then we do need to wax, it's going to the front, so we need to wax the board part here. Put a little wax there. And then we need to wax the gears, obviously. And with wax on the sides. And then 80 also wax the gears and the sides. And then make sure that the gears are towards the right. Kind of match the holes. And then insert them and sit them right in here. So first do number 78. To match the gears, and make sure that there's a hole so that center of the gear goes somewhere around that hole. Maybe adjust the gears a little bit. It has to sit against these two gears that are in there, so that's why I'm a little bit fiddling here. So if you kind of bring it from the bottom and then match up the hole, and then once again these facing to the right, there's exclamation point on that, and then sit it right in there too. And then we need number 15 and 16 to lock those up. So 15, we had that one little piece left from the before. I'm gonna use that. And if you lost it, there's an additional one on sheet number 6, a spare component. So I'm gonna wax it a little bit and send it down. Well, send it down first and then wax on the outside. And then number 16, it's also on the sheet number 2, top right here. And then that one also needs a little bit of waxing. Those go on the top. So the number 15 goes in first. And then make sure it slides right into that hole opening. And then 16 right above it, or right after it. Let's see, I just checked to make sure that the steering wheel is working still, because it looked like there was a little bit of interference. And then C, that little fan goes right in the top hole. And then 81 goes to cover everything up. And 81 is right here in board number 2, where the 80 and 78 were. So you take that board out. And then it goes symmetrical, so it doesn't matter. And then 2 openings here, and there's a hole for that little fan. So make sure everything fits where it's supposed to go. And we move on to page number 26. So that one's sitting straight, and then we covered with 82, which is also on the same board, with the number 9. So you'll see little cut lines here. There's none in the back, so the cut lines go towards the front. Insert it right in front of that one. 82 right in front of 81. And we finish it all with 83, which would be right in the middle of board number 2. And then you can take this bottom portion out also and discard board number 2, because we're done with it. Except unless you have these 55 and 56 still attached to the board, which you shouldn't. So now after you put 82 in, we need to stick 83 in between into those holes with the gear. 1 gear, 2nd gear, and a hole to make sure they all 3 line up. Kind of fiddle it, and then it should go as far as you can push it. And which means it has to be flush with the surface. Here we go. And then we cut another toothpick. Actually, I have some pre-cut. Turn the car upside down and insert it into these 2 holes to hold 81 and 82 in place. So pre-insert it and use a tool, because it's kind of hard with your fingers to push those toothpicks through. Too far, push it back a little bit, and then the other side. And you need to make sure that it doesn't fall out, so you have to leave a little bit here on one side, and then you cut on the other side the sharp points. And once again, I usually pre-cut those and snap them off. More cut. So they should stick out on both sides, so if it's trying to fall out, it's gonna hold it in place. So we're done with that portion, and then moving on onto page number 27. Here we're gonna be working on a hood. So we got 106, 109, which are on board number 4. Then the top here. Actually 106 is right here on the side. I would pre-cut it. The connection points are, you can see it's much better from the front side. And then the part should fall out right afterwards. And then 109, gonna be on the same board right on the top here. That goes at the front here of 106, top, kind of like an ornament. And I'm gonna push it against the, careful don't break it. And then part number 107 right in the middle here. Careful with these long and fragile components. And that's the fibers I was talking about, that if you push it from the back to the front, they're gonna stay on the part rather than pulling it off of the part. If you would have gone the other way, it would pull it off the part. So 107, the 106 with 109 assembly. So 107, we kind of push it forward on that, and it snaps together. Then we use one of the toothpicks. I have smaller pieces already pre-cut. And then push it through. If you don't have it, just cut another one. Push it through, and once again you leave a little bit on one side and then cut with a little bit offset on the other side. To make sure it's held together. Then we need 110 and 112. They're on the same board here. I'm gonna push the car over to the side for now. 110 does need a little bit cutting here in the back. The connection point. And then 112 is on the same board. Right in here in the center, so we need all four of those eventually. So first one, it's kind of like mirror image of each other. So with the larger tab facing towards left, you take 112 and the hole goes to the right, and so the 110 gets inserted through the little square piece right next to the hole. And then you push it through. I would also put a little bit of a wax here on the shaft and try it one more time. Here you go. Push all the way through, and I didn't do it correctly. There you go. And then same thing with the other side, except, well, mirror image. Extra 112. There's a little portion broke off here, so I'm going to use another one. Put a little bit more wax on 110. And insert it through. All the way in. Now 111, which are little fragile pieces right here. I'm gonna pre-cut them. Flying objects, should probably wear glasses. So 111s, they go, let's see, with the longer edge into the piece that we just inserted. On both sides, actually. That should face towards the 110 inner, inside. And the same thing on the other one. And then the pre-assembled piece that we just did, 106 with 109 and 107, that one goes right in the middle here into the holes. So there's kind of like the engine cover, and then 112's on the back. So we got one is here, and then the spare one on the board number 6. And then the hole towards the center, kind of same sequence. And on the 11, as far as it can go. That should lock it in place. And same thing on the other side. Hole in the towards the center. Then as far as it can go, there's a little piece there. There you go. Plug it in place. So that's our piece number K. And we move on to page number 28. And then the car, the K gets inserted into here. You do need a little bit of a wax in this opening here. And then do front with the hood open, and then back here, right at the center. And then that one, let's see. And then everything should fit. And make sure the hood opens and locks. Alright, so everything sits in perfectly. Now, once again, put it aside. We have 113 and 114, which are on board number 4. That's a small piece here, and then 113 is on the right. We do need two toothpicks, cut in half. Go through 114, so the holes are on the front. We need 3 of them actually, so start it up and then make sure the its front is facing towards that part number 114. Then kind of carefully slide it through. And then you can either push it all the way or cut them off on both sides. So sometimes they're a little bit too long, you need a little bit of a balancing. So in this part I was able to push these all the way through. And this one I'm probably either gonna break off, it's gonna break itself. Nope. Also push it all the way through, or you can cut it off from the front, it doesn't matter. And then cut them on the back. And once again, pre-cut. That's what I usually do. And snap them off. And then that piece goes in the front here, right in front of the steering wheel. Kind of down and onto that piece that we just inserted. It's nice and perfect. And then the next step is port number 76 and 77. And they're both on board number 3. '76 and 77. 76 is gonna go from left side. There's 3 tabs that are sticking out, so you use those just to put that one in. And then step number 2 on page number 29, that's number 77. Same thing, there's 3 tabs. Push it all the way on. Page number 30. It's going to be doing a rear axle. So we need parts number 84. It's on the board number 5. 2 84s on the back here, popping the wheels out. Then we need 85, there were 2 right here, just need 1. 86, which is on the right, and then 87s are right here, top right. They come out fairly easy. Combine these 2 or put these 2 parts together. Then we do need to send an 85. Send the 85. Which is the larger. 85 goes on first. far as I can go. Then you would do 86. In 86 I would put a little bit of a wax on it. And that one's somewhat hard to insert. Put it the other direction in. The direction, the other, so it's not perfect square. It worked much better the other way, and then you lock it up with the 87s. They do ask her for a little bit of a wax, and that's 85 piece. And then you push it through the back. Don't push it too far. Then we need another 85. Send it down on the outside. Put a little bit of wax on the outside. And then insert it all the way into the hole, or as far as it can go. After that, we're moving on to page number 31. We need another 86, and then 87, 85, and 87 in that sequence. So first one, we're gonna put wax on the gear 86, put the wax on sides of it, and you can put it around on the carb chassis too here. And then you all the way in. Then 87, 85, which is a little larger, and then 87 again. Now we have ourselves a rear axle, and we're in step number 3. We got 3 toothpicks here, and I need 2 more, 1 more, might be too short, so I'll do 2 more toothpicks, cut in half. And now we need part number 55, 2 of them, and 55 is on sheet number 2, show right here. Pre-cut the toothpicks to number 3. And we need 6 of these pieces. One. I guess I didn't need that many toothpicks. 2. 3. Not perfect. 4. 6. Tool aside, board aside, so 55. Need to wax both sides of the 55. I would wax the gear itself too. Same thing on the other one. And then insert it, the toothpicks in there symmetrically into one and then on the other one. So they're equal spacing on both sides. And then we take a car, and then there's like 2 holes, so the other one toothpick on there, and now we're at step number 5, page 31. Toothpick in a little hole right here next to the axle. Let's see, make sure it doesn't go flush with the back here. And then we need a gear number 56, waxed on both sides, and then the gears waxed also. And that one goes on to that toothpick, kind of right next to the axle. Make sure they're spin. And then moving on to page number 32. 55 gear gets inserted into the hole right next to it. Then we turn it on the other side. Same thing, one of the toothpicks into the hole. And then I'm gonna push it flush with the back surface. 55 is falling out. Wax number 56. All around. Put it on that toothpick. And then 55 goes into the top slot right here. And then we need a little, step number 6 is a lever, and that lever is on board number 3, right in the middle here. So board number 3 can be discarded now. And that one, we insert, no, we missed step number 3. Skip a step, insert another toothpick from the front, so if there's a little tab to the right, the toothpick goes from that side, and go flush on the back, sticking out a little bit. And then that goes into the, let's see, little opening here. And then moving on, page number 33. Where we put piece number 89, which fell out earlier for me, on the right hand side. Piece of my axle keeps on falling off. So that one goes with little 2 tabs down. And this little tab holds it. So make sure these two toothpicks go into the slots. We go up, and so let's see, there's a little tab sticking out from the base, so that tab kind of slides in right here. So I should probably glue that thing together, but I can't because it's moving components, so make sure you don't lose these parts. Well, at least this side is already kind of secured, so we're just put it in. We're at step number 2. So these two toothpicks are sticking out, and are actually, wait, that's where, right here. Now we're moving on to step number 2. Just turn it upside down. Make sure your gears are sitting back in place, and here we need piece number 92, which is on board number 4. Right here. That one also did 2 toothpicks. Get inserted. And then it's sitting in, gears should be in the back. So didn't do the right way, so push the gears back in. Like that. So the toothpicks go into the slots. You should fiddle it in. Kind of should hold the axle back a little bit. Now, coming back to the other side, we'll come back to that one later. Push the toothpick through into the opening here from that lever. I'll use the helping tool. Locking it in place a little bit. Then we need another toothpick to lock that lever on the base. So another one that we have left. That one, make sure, yep, lost it. Goes into the hole of the lever first. And then we kind of have to fiddle that lever a little bit to make sure it slides into the hole, into the body. So that one also sits somewhat flush with the surface here. Another one flush, surface. Axle here. Let's see what we're gonna do on the other side. We're moving on to page number 34. And that's the one that's gonna lock everything in place. So I'm gonna turn that one upside down. So I guess you can kind of see my other side. Put the gear number 56 back in place. It fell out. Another one here. That piece with the nut visible is in front. Just like that. And then we need, let's see. Let's see, number 91, which is also on page, sheet number 4, board number 4. And then as you have the car upside down, axle to the right, the smaller portion goes to the back, larger to here, and then you kind of push it through these little tabs on both sides to lock everything in place more or less. My axle is still floating. So that one push down, and then we need 3 toothpicks. We have 2, we need 2 more. Got that one long enough to lock this base down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Careful pushing it down not to break anything here that is sticking out. And then once you insert these, now we gotta cut them. So push them in. Say flush on that one. Alright, and now down to cutting. So these ones, I'm looking at that hole right here, so I'm kind of cutting it along that hole. Let's see, both. Oh, just one. Pre-cutting it, and then this center one, you need to make sure they don't. So you kind of push it a little bit past the hole, and this one past the hole the other direction. So then they don't interfere, and then you cut this middle toothpick. Gonna have to go find it now. Same thing on the other side. So just to make sure there is no interference. So this one's not gonna interfere much. That one we push it a little bit behind the hole, and this one's a little bit in front of the hole. To make sure there's no interference here and there. As shown on the picture here, right on the bottom right, number 34. Gonna go for the toothpick later on, but I want to make sure that we're still recording. And we're still good. And we're moving into page number 35. So page number 35, we're starting with the wheels already. I'm gonna leave it off as my final step. Getting kind of late in here, so we only have a few pages to go. So I'll see you guys later. Looks like this is the last shot, last section of the assembly, and we're finishing up here on page, well, we finished up on page 34, continue on page 35. So step number 1, we need some toothpicks, and we do have 1, 2, 3, 4 enough here Not sure if it's for toothpicks or for sections, so but we'll see. Step 1, we need part number 88, located on board number 5. Let's see. Alright, so there's a couple 88s. 1, 2, 3. So I'll pull any one of them. 88. Then we need part number 95. And 95 are on board number 6. There's 2 95s, 3 95s, 2 94s. So let's do 95, any one of these. And then part number 96, these are right here. So we need 3 of these for one wheel assembly. And then we'll start. Let's see. So first we have number 88, so it's got a little circles drawn. We're putting it on the whichever side you prefer, but make sure the holes in are matching on both sides. So, and we need 2 toothpicks on the holes that are on the outside. Push through the wheel, and those should go completely through. I'm using my tool once again. Well, can't call it really a tool, just a piece of wood to push the toothpick, just to make sure that I don't hurt myself. And you push it all the way through until it's nice and flat, and then you slice it off per instruction number 3 on page 35. You slice those off. Then step number 4, we take 93 piece, which is, some of them fell out already, so I'm just gonna grab any one of those. And with the models to be outside, I push 3 toothpicks. I'm not sure if these are gonna be enough. I'm just gonna cut up more lengthwise. So just take any of the boards so you have some leverage, making sure you're not cutting on a table. Although if you don't care about your table, you can cut there. So I'm doing 3 toothpicks just to start with. Eventually gonna need more. So I pre-cut them and just snap them in half. So we use 3 of these half pieces. There are 6 holes on here. So the holes that are in the center of the circle, those are the ones that you use, not the ones that are towards the outside. So there's 3 of them, and you just push these through all the way. And then that's where you insert the wheel. So just make sure these holes, these are supposed to match up. And you put the wheel on. Push the toothpicks all the way through. Flush with the surface. And then we put 3 of these pieces, number 96, onto the wheel. So there is like a sharp edge. There's kind of like an indent in there. So that sharp has to match up with the indent of the other piece, so it kind of like fits together and stays in place. So just make sure you put them on the correct way. And then another piece number 93. Over the top with the writing on the outside. So once again, it's the 3 holes that are towards the center. Just push it on, good to go. And then make sure the toothpicks are flush once again, because sometimes they might pop out. And we're moving on to the page number 36. Where we need to snap these toothpicks off. So the shorter ones I'm gonna put on the side because I'm gonna use them also. So I don't have to cut too many. And then we have one of our wheels. So I'm jumping a little bit ahead. We need 3 of these. So I'm just gonna come back to the other page and follow the instructions for the other 3. I'm just gonna snap all the parts that I need right away. '93s. Need 4 of those. Once again, I'm pushing from the back face towards the front, so the fibers will stay on a wheel rather than on a little portion that I'm removing. All right, and we need 96. There'll be 6 of these. And 2 of 95s. All right. Once again, make sure the holes, well, there's no other way. They need to match. I'm just going to do them in sequence rather than doing them one by one. Same steps repeating in both units. So I'm on step number 2 here, and then slice these off. Pre-cut them a little bit, and then they should snap off. And same thing on the other wheel, or just cut them off completely. Now we need 93, and we need 3 long toothpicks right at the center. At least probably 6 more. Toothpicks. So I get myself a little leverage. Looks like I need to replace my blade. After this project. All right. And then 3 more on the other wheel. that goes in with the wheel. Just following the instructions, so make sure this part number 88 that you inserted, that's the first one, or it's going on the side where you're putting that first 93 piece on. Same thing on the other wheel. Then we have 96, 3 of them going through. Directionality doesn't matter, but make sure once again that you have your point inserted into the opening there. Alright, and then 93's with the sport tires on the outside go right over these. And then we snap the toothpicks. So we have ourselves nice 3 rear wheels. Now with page number 36, that's where we stopped, and here we need 3 rubber bands in order to make the tires for these 3 wheels. So just 3 thick rubber bands. You have some thinner ones. And then you just wrap it around the wheel. Make sure it's sitting right at the center. Just like this. And then we use one of the tools that's been sitting around for quite some time, so there's like a little cutout here, and what you do is that you push the rubber band down with that tool as you insert the toothpick into the hole here through the wheel. So that way your toothpick will hold down the rubber band and will prevent it from slipping off the wheel when you drive that car. So once again, you just push it down with the tool, insert the toothpick, so like the rubber band ends up under the toothpick. Nice neat way to install these, and make sure they don't slip off. And then just make sure that you don't grab onto the rubber band as you're pushing through. So once that you push through, I'll put it aside, and we need to cut off the toothpick, so I'm just going to do all of them at the same time, kind of repeating the sequence. So once again, set it on the rubber band, kind of slippery here. That's what we need the tires for, because it's slippery. And then just insert the toothpicks. One, 2, and 3. And then finally for the third wheel. adjust it. Tablecloth here, it looks like I caught a little bit of a tire. Adjust it, or rubber band I should say. And just cut the toothpicks off. Get myself a better tablecloth, so we're done with W1. It's on page number 36, and we move in onto page number 37. So number 37, we're installing those tires in the back. So with that piece number, I think it was 88. Guess center portion of the rim goes towards the inside. And these two openings, little circular holes on the sides, they should be, I don't know how to explain it. So where the toothpicks are already inserted, those should be on the same top, on the top where the hole is at. So like if you're looking at the axle, rear axle, so the hole is through from top down, so like these two toothpicks should align with that hole, and that's how you insert it. Then we need two little toothpicks cut with our tool. That's a number 2. I guess the further I go, less words I can find of how to describe certain things. So we pre-cut 2 little pieces here, and those will go right into those little openings. One is in. The other one is a little tougher. For some reason I can't feed it into the hole. And my piece from the other side just flew away, but at least it reinserted pretty easy, so I'm gonna have to go find it. And in the meantime, I'll cut another small piece. So you kind of have to feed that little piece of toothpick inside the little hole on the side of the axle, and that doesn't seem to work very well, as the piece is tiny, toothpick is a little bit thicker. Rotate it a little bit to get that guy in. All right. It's just a matter of skill level, I guess. And then you push it in as far as it can go. Let's see, make sure everything is still aligned the way it's supposed to be. And then we need piece number 97, which is on board number 5, bottom right here. That one goes over the axle, whichever way you can insert it, and then a little toothpick cut to number 3 length. Goes through the axle to keep that part in place. Apologize. So I'm just inserting the toothpick right here and pushing it through. Oop, just broke it. All right, now I have to get it out using another toothpick. Very easy, just pop it out. Got another one. And I guess you have to line up these holes a little bit. Here we go. To insert that toothpick. It should stick out a little bit on both sides. And now let's see, the gears should match. It still sits in place. There we go. And we're done with that side. Now on the other side, same thing here. So make sure the hole is aligned top to bottom. I mean top to bottom like this. Then we insert another wheel with the toothpicks same axis as that hole. And here we're going to cut the toothpicks off. So we need 2 number 2s and 1 number 3. Two tiny number 2 toothpicks, cut to size number 2. And then those are inserted on the side. I'm losing that little tiny piece. And once you get it in the hole, then it's fairly easy to push it in with a little tool, but otherwise it's a bit tough. And then we do need another, so we're going to number 38 page. And, oh, that's where we're supposed to be. And then we need another 97 with a little toothpick size number 3 cutout. So I'm using that little tool. Sorry guys if you didn't see the other ones, but that little guy cut the toothpick to size number 3. And then insert 97. If it doesn't go one way, just rotate it and it will fit fairly easy the other way. And then the toothpick goes through the hole in the axis. And make sure it sticks out on both sides. Alright, and now we're done with that portion. Now we're moving on to page number 39, and here we do need the third wheel. So we split this apart a little bit and insert the wheel, so these two little openings are side to side. Figure it out. And then as we do that, we kind of bring it over that sticking over portion. So the wheel somewhat sits in the openings right here on the sides, the tire at least. And then we need piece number 133 from the top of the page here, or sheet number 5, to light that wheel in place. So with that little bump going towards the wheel, just insert it into the hole. My tool. There we go. Until it snaps somewhat in place. And see, push it as far as it can go. That will keep the wheel in place. We're moving on, so it's just like this. We're moving on to the page number 40 now. Put the car aside, and here we create 2 more wheels. So those we need part number 93. 4 more of those. So I'm putting the parts that I don't need anymore because that's just empties on the side here. The parts that I will need are right here. So we need 6 more toothpicks. Pre-cut them into halves. Those go through the first piece. Once again, the middle, the holes that are in the center of the wheel rather than closer to the side, because those are used for the tires. So I'm doing them in parallel two wheels, as it does say ×2 at the end, jumping ahead a little bit, but just makes it a little bit easier, in my opinion. Then 94, two more pieces, 1 and 2. And those get it right on top. And then 96. Those, once again, the directionality doesn't matter whether the pointy is going to be to the left or to the right, as long as you insert the other three fitting into each other, or the other two, sorry. Just like this. Let's see, and then the other 93 goes right over it. Center holes. And then cut these off. Or you can cut them after you install the tire, whichever you prefer. And then we need 2 more thick rubber bands. And get these over the tires. Sorry, over the wheels. These are tires. And then we use our tool to get the toothpicks in to hold the rubber bands in place. Have plenty of toothpicks now. Same thing. Do need to get either new table or new tablecloth. Well, this is my dinner table that I'm working on, so tablecloth kind of slides off of it periodically. Let's see, do we have another long one here? Long enough. Yes, I do. Alright, and then you just cut off the toothpicks like we did before. And you got yourself 2 more, now it's front wheels. And we're on page number 41. Let's see here, we need 2 rubber bands, thin ones, and we just wrap them in half, just like this. Kind of twist them around and like that. We need port number 99, which is located on board number 5, right here at the top. Should pop out pretty easy. So as you loop it loop the rubber band around. Kind of have like a little double rubber band. You push that through these two little holes here on both sides. Say it's a tough task, but it's doable. So I'll push one, wrap it around, push the other one through. Gonna use toothpick, help myself out a bit. And push it through. So now I have like a double rubber band running through this hole. So same thing on the other side. Push one piece through, cross it, loop it. Use the toothpick to push it through. And here you go, the second one. All right, now take the car. There's a little hole up front, so that's where you push this piece. It is recommended to use a little bit of a wax on there. That way it'll slide through much easier. Kind of push it through, make sure you don't break it, either of the pieces, and then with the rubber bands, hold one end, loop, snap it around the opening here, and then push it back and snap it around the back one, or the other way around. You do the back, make sure you hold one end, do the back first, and then go around the front. So now you get yourself little suspension there. And as we move on to page number 42, we need 100, which is also on board number 5. And then we do need 101, which is right next to it, and then we can recycle the board. So that one, we turn it upside down and you hook it. We need to, first of all, we need to wax these little two little tabs. Let's see, so with the hook towards the back, we bring it over little hook on that long piece right here. Oh, never mind, towards the front. I should say turn the steering wheel a little bit so it's kind of centered. And then I didn't do it right again, so it was towards the back. And I didn't put those on correctly either. So now I have come back a little bit, backtrack and fix it. So I need to pull this off. And then rotate the little axle around, because there is a little opening right here on the side that has to go for that steering wheel control. So good thing I didn't go too far, and we realized the error in the beginning. Let me see. Yeah, I did miss that little exclamation point on page number 41. It's not bad. So now come back to that little 101 piece. We do bring it with the hook facing back. We install it, rotate steering a little bit, twist that, bring it down, and then it goes right over the axle. Just like this, and then we lock it with number 101 in step 3. Push that 101 piece as far as it can go. We're done with that. Now we need 298s. Step number 4, we insert first one. It's gonna go on only one way. Then we insert the steering wheel. Make sure all your toothpicks are flush. And then after you insert the toothpick, let's see, we do need a little bit of a wax on both sides. So I'll take that 98 off, wax it up a little bit. Then I'll take the other one, wax the 98 piece rather than the wheel, so which doesn't really matter, one or the other. So you put the wheel on, put another 98 over it, and then moving on to page number 43. Using our tool right here, we get another toothpick length, number 3. One for the start, and then you push it through the axle. Alright, come back a little bit. So first 98 has to go as far as it possibly can. Be careful not to break that long rod. Kind of tough to sit it there. Let's see if it's going to be enough to push the toothpick through. Looks like it is. So that little pre-cut piece, just insert it in there. And then the same thing on the other side. So we need 2 pieces number 98. Wax them off on the side where the wheel is going to be. Insert it onto the rod, push it as far as it can go, then the wheel, then the second 98 waxed, and then one more toothpick. Should have cut it right away. It's length number 3. Just push it through. Kind of center it over the wheel. So we got ourselves a wheels. All right. So the toothpick is there. We're moving on to the page number 44. put the car aside. We got 115, 116 pieces. They are on board number 4. So 115, 116 here. They do separate. We'll need 117 with it. Then 118. Just next to the 17. 119 and 120. I'm just going through here, and then we'll need 121 to lock it. So 121 right here. We're gonna push it aside for now. So we take 116 and 115 and put a little bit of wax on the sides. Then you put 115 against 116 and you insert 117 with the little hook facing away from you. So first 116 away, 115 closer, and then 117 going over it. You need the wax so you can push these parts through. Then you push 118 through. Don't go all the way, stop like towards the openings. 119 and then 120. Now you bring 115 up. Make sure these little parts 117 through 120 line up with the holes, and as they do, you can bring 115 up. And as you bring it up, and you kind of move it over so they are sitting on top of each other, 115, 116, and then you insert 121. There's a little direction arrow towards the outside. You insert it on the outside of these parts, on the outside of 115 and 116. So if your tabs are inside, then it's going to be the outside for the other one. And you work it in little by little until it gets all the way in. So we have the first one. I did say to sand it down a little bit, but it looks like I didn't have to. And then there's a toothpick cut in half, and we inserted little holes right here, so line them up and insert it with the to kind of split it apart a little bit so it stay in place. Insert it into these little holes just like this, and then after you do that, just pre-cut them a little bit. That's all you need, is just a little pre-cut, and then you can just snap it off. And you can clean it a little bit. So that's the first one, and then the second one times 2, and we do need a mirror, so we need to make one more like that, same thing. So 115, 116, 121 just fell out, which is good. And then we go 117, 118, 119, and 120. So we need to make a mirror image of what we just made. So I'm just gonna face it the other direction. A little bit of a wax on both sides. So I'm doing the same thing, except now this little hook facing the other direction. So, and then we go 116, 117 with the tabs away from me. One 119 and 120. Guess it's 117, 118, 119, and 120. Then once again I bring the 115 up. Make sure these sit in little openings as I bring it up and over. $116. And then on the outside I put 121 with the arrow in. First one. I guess this time I should have sent it down a little bit. Alright, so I didn't insert it correctly. Have to go back, insert it the other way. Maybe that's why it wasn't going through. So now we have two mirror pieces. And then once again the two toothpicks to go into the holes. Split 115 and 116 a little bit. And I do need to get the wax off my hands. So just push the toothpicks as far as they can go into those little holes. With the, not the sharp point, but the flat butt. And then cut it off. Not push it out, but cut it off. So just say you start it, and then it should be enough to snap those. All right. And then we got these two ready, and they go, that will be exhaust manifolds. They're facing towards the back. The these pipes. So I just insert it into the openings here. Once again, as far as they can go. And then on the other side, same thing. There's 2 holes on the side. And you just go as far as you can go with those guys. Alright, our exhaust is ready. And page number 46, we're almost done. Here we need a part 105. It's on the little center of the wheel. So we push that one first. And we pre-cut the toothpick to the size number 5. Done. So we insert it into 105 from the back. So this should face front. Then we take piece 102, which is on the another center point. And we need to put a little bit of wax on the outside here, where this little hole openings are at on both sides. And then that front of it with the little drawn circles on here goes towards that piece 105. So I push it through. And then 2 number 104s go on the back. And then step number 4, we need a bunch of 103s. And if you break any of those, they are available as spares on sheet number 6. And they go, there's little tabs, so those tabs go in between the openings, and they snap right in. All 8 of them. Kind of work it back and forth a little bit. And insert, okay, got 6, 7, and 8. Alright, so we got our little wheel ready here, and that goes into the side of the car. Right here, there's a hole, so just insert it in there. So it should be freely spinning. And then we take one of the rubber bands, and that's gonna go around the wheel and around that new wheel that we created just right now. Goes right into those 103s, or whatever the number was. Yep. Right in between those, just like that. All right, and then now we need our handle. It's on board number 4, parts right here, and we need 122, 123, 124, and two 122s, 123 and 124. And then we start with 122. We need 2 toothpicks cut in half. That goes through 122 first, all 4 holes. Then 123. Over it, and then 122 again on the other side. And then you push toothpicks through completely. And cut off the toothpicks. And clean up that area a little bit, because you're going to be handling this. And obviously you don't want anything sticking out. And then the final 124 goes right in here to create a handle. Gonna work it in a little bit and it should snap in. So we're done with that. And one more part of the total assembly, we get ourselves a little cup. So the cup was in board number 5, one of the corners there. So we started with 127 piece. Now 126. This one's a little fragile, so I would recommend to maybe use X-Acto knife to get those out. And then one of the piece number 125, 1/2 of it. So 127 goes right in the middle with a little sharp edge here. 126 goes on top of it. And 128 goes on the bottom of it. Then you lock it with 125 on the other side. Bring those over. And then we need 130, 131. And wax this piece right here. Not too much. And then 130 with the grand cup facing up. Snap it in there. Then 131 goes right behind it. Alright. And then 132 on top. got 1/29. Those are little tiny fragile pieces. And then here we wax 2 edges, 2 tabs, so they slide in a little bit easier. Not that much. And they go like in the openings on the sides here. Until they snap in, and we're done with the cup. Almost. Alright, so these pieces I can put aside. Excuse me. And we come to the operation. So I'm gonna push everything on this side so it's not in the way. Have some extra toothpicks, we got some extra rubber bands just in case for the future. If any of them break, you can replace them. I'm gonna take the toothpicks out so I have some room. I don't need the tools anymore either. And now we come to the most important part, is to start the car, the operation. Alright, the cup, we don't need it either. We do need the winder tool. There's a piece number 108, which I missed somewhere. It's right here, comes in here. Must have been very tired yesterday. Alright, and then on the board number 6, once again, there's these service parts, so to say, spare components, just in case if you break something off. Look here first before contacting me, because most likely you broke off the part that already been thought of. Okay, so piece number 108 goes into here. Good thing I didn't miss anything major. So for the storage, this goes in here, right next to the seat. Nice, convenient. This opens up. Final step of the car assembly. I assembled it last night, as you guys seen on the video. Today I'm gonna cover the operation of it. It just was a little bit too late to go with it. So the car is fully assembled. We have checked everything, and the first thing you need to do is just wind up the motor. So make sure you're in off position right here. And the winding mechanism is up front, so you use that little key, insert it, and then rotate it clockwise to do about 5-6 rotations. I already pre-wound it a little bit. I'd say to do about 6 half turns, because there's pretty large rubber bands, so you don't need to go too much. So, and in order to start operation, there's that little switch here. You just push it onto the other side, and technically right now it should be rolling. Unfortunately, there's a lot of friction fortunately in plywood, so the operation might not be as smooth in the beginning. So right now it's stuck somewhere, one of the parts. So just need to check the full mechanism if it is working or not. So you make sure it's doesn't matter if the car is in neutral. So this is a reverse, forward, neutral, and then the reverse gear going in the back, all the way back. That would be the reverse. So to make sure that the toothpick is at the end of this slot, that's reverse gear, then the neutral right in the middle, then the wheels will spin freely, and then forward it will freely spin one direction, but then back you'll feel the resistance. So let's leave it in neutral for now, so just to make sure that there is less friction on the engine, and then this still check the operation. So it's not working, although if I rotate that shaft right here in the middle in between the seat and the steering wheel, I do see that there's some movement to it, and I need to figure out where the engine sticks. So as you remember from the assembly, that all the parts were operating while we were assembling it. We were checking it numerous of times. So the last piece, so I'm just removing the engine cover portion. So as you remember from the assembly, the last piece that we installed was a little fan up front. So we're just gonna check that. I'm gonna hold the rod a little bit, and so it does look like the operation is restricted by that fan. So there is something wrong with the gearing there. May not be as smooth, and it's holding up the whole assembly. So as I twist it a little bit and help the fan to rotate, the mechanism does start up and unwinds a little bit. So what we need to do is just work it a little bit back and forth and see where hopefully we don't have to take the whole thing apart. And we need to see if that really is the problem. So we can try to remove that top portion and see if the mechanism will unwind. So I'm gonna take out these toothpicks up front. And I can't take them with my fingers, so I'll be back with another toothpick. So what I have here is one of the toothpicks. Just to push these out. And take the front. Or taking the fan out to see if it does interfere with the operation. So it's just a fan from the car. And we just want to check if that's really what's stopping the operation. And it doesn't look like that's the reason. So we just gotta work the mechanism a little bit back and forth. So I'm kind of with the, and we got it working. So let's try again. I'm gonna lock it, put it in lock position. I probably want to lock these two parts back in. I was planning to remove it, but it didn't work out too well. So I'm gonna put the toothpicks back in place. Just make sure it doesn't fall out, although we do need to insert the fan back. So I'm gonna try first. I'm in a lock position. I'm gonna wind it up. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's about 6 full turns, 5, 6 full turns. I switch it over and now it's fully functioning. So there was some kind of problem in there. There was something was getting stuck. So I'm gonna put the fan back in. As we figured out, that wasn't the issue. And you just gotta fiddle it back in into the 2 toothpick slots. And make sure it falls within the gear. And then you gotta lock these front grill back to the base. One side is done. Left, and then the other one too. So we're done with that, and we're just gonna put the hood back on. So the back portion goes in first, then the front, lock it down, and then the gauges go right here. So now lock it again. And then let's wind it up about, as I said, 5, 6 revolutions. So it's 12 half turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's wound, we'll put it in drive, and then change it over to drive mode, and the car goes. Apologize for the background noise. So one more time, switch it over to drive, and then you'll see the rear wheels go. Another mode of operation, let's see, to lock it, sometimes it doesn't go all the way through, so you just fiddle a little bit with the drive shaft and it pushes through. Let's do one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then here we can switch over to the reverse. And as we put it down, it still needs a little push. Alright, our reverse is not fully functioning yet. Neutral. something got stuck again. All right, let's see drive. And just like the first time, something is stuck. All right, I'll put it back in neutral and work the shaft again. And what I'm doing is kind of like winding it up a little bit further and just releasing it. Hoping it'll skip over or remove that imperfection on there. Here we go. It goes a little further. That rubber band doesn't matter right now. Let's see. Neutral. Once again, a lot of friction is created in these, so just gotta play a little bit. And see where it gets stuck. So I think I did figure out where it's at, and that's what's creating our problem is the fan. So I'm gonna take it out completely. Let's see if I can take it out without removing the bottom portion of it. Looks like I can lock the gears in. And it's out now. Let's see. So the problem there, the issue is that our gear that is sitting up front is not perfectly parallel. So when it's rubbing against the fan gets crooked a little bit sideways, and then one of fins gets locked onto that gear, the one on the bottom that runs the fan. So this prevents from the engine operation altogether. It is an additional feature. So I just went and grabbed my favorite tool. It's a file. So what I'm trying to do here is just to even out that gear that runs the fan. As I mentioned, the fan is really just an accessory. It's not a really needed feature. And let's see, I'm just gonna try to run without locking it and see if it runs, that gear runs perfectly parallel for now. Looks like I have adjusted it a little bit, so let's try to put the fan back in. And let's see, hopefully I can insert it. Alright, let's try it one more time. See if that helped. And the fan does get stuck. So let's see, I'll pull it out one more time. And what I'm gonna do, so the rotation is this way. I'm just gonna file the corners a little bit so they're smooth and there's less interference. And I'm filing on the side where the gear is at, so because that's where the interference happens. So file those down. Let's see. And put the fan back in. And more tries. Now it's going smoother, so eventually it'll break off that piece that is keeping it stuck. So I'm just playing with it. So it looks like it is one of the main issues, and it was the last component that we inserted or assembled. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see, so we have our forward goes. Now we switch over to our reverse position. Gonna spin the wheels a little bit just to get the gears in. There you go. Gonna put the rubber band back onto this little wheel. We're in reverse position. Alright, and then also keep in mind the longer you're gonna operate, the more times you're gonna do it, the easier it's gonna become every single time. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the car is gonna go faster. Here we go, that's reverse. Switch it into forward, forward. Put it in neutral. Not really neutral, but it does look like it's working. So let's give it another try. So we did break that little point. Looks like it on fan, and that was sticking it. So once again, a lot of friction. Just a little extra tiny piece on there. It will prevent it from working. So all it was the fan. Let's try to put everything back on and see if it's gonna work. Well, everything, by everything I mean just the hood. Alright, so our steering works. And our car is operational. So all cylinders move, all the valves are moving. So and that makes it the completion of the project. So it is a nice display piece. Also, you can play around with it. Once again, we did have a little bit of an issue with the fan getting stuck during the assembly or after the assembly. So it's as you can see, it is a fairly easy issue to fix. You just take off the hood, pull this aside, take the fan out, send it off a little bit, and the car should work. Also make sure that you verify all the working components, all the gears are working during the assembly. That way you don't have any other surprises. So once again, as I mentioned, it was our last piece that we assembled onto the engine, and we were checking everything before that. That one was kind of hard to check because at that time we already needed to wind it up as the rubber bands were attached to it. And that concludes our project. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, feel free to email me at info@ugears.us or leave the comments under this video. Otherwise, this is a great project. Looks like it takes about 6 hours for me to assemble it, plus or minus. We'll figure it out once I compile the video together. But normally I'd say it's about 7 to 8 hour job. Once again, any questions, feel free to email me or ask any comments. Also, if you do need any part replacement and if they're not available as a spare component, send me email with a picture of the broken part, where the location of it on the board, specifically the number. And also I do require the distributor sticker from the back of the box, just to make sure that you purchased it through me or my affiliate. That way I can get the part to you quicker. If not, I can still get it for you for free. It's just going to be coming from Ukraine. Once again, website is UGears.us, emails to info@UGears.us. My name is Dimitri, and I'll see you guys with the next project. Bye.